Right, well, welcome to the VOD. This is YouTube exclusive content. You're in an interesting position because I don't know whether this motherboard here is going to survive. That's kind of funny, like I reach over and that's not lined up very well, is it? Does it line up better? Anyway, I don't know if that motherboard is going to survive this stream. Because as you might be able to tell there is a donation call to destroy it with a hammer. I don't know if that's going to be reached or not, but it will be evident in the video, and I'm probably going to, I guess, put a timestamp or something for that, because if you're just tuning in to see me smash a motherboard with a hammer, here's a hammer to hand, by the way. It's this is the hammer, but anyway, if you're just tuning in for that, then you don't really want to sit and watch me doing a load of overclocking. So there will be a timestamp for that. In fact, if you're one of the people who's using the timestamp, you've probably already clicked it and you're not listening to me anymore. So I really ought to just go live and skip past that. Anyway, if there's no timestamp for the motherboard getting destroyed with a hammer, I guess that means it survived, which is unfortunate because it means that I didn't get $100 out of the stream, but there you are. That's where we are, just to set out the stakes here. Yeah, let's go live, start pinging people. I said I would stream at 5. It is now 17 minutes to 8. So a little bit late, just a little bit. Is my title correct? Yes. Good. Let's Discord ping people then. Oh, I need to listen to the stream. Yeah, that's fine. And you probably will have got that as desktop audio, won't you? Hey, Kif. That was quick. Before the ping, yeah. I am thermal throttling a bit, as Paul said. So I'm being a bit slow about the pings. So see streams there. And let's do the awful normie server as well. Shiny face, yeah, probably. And you know what's funny? So, those of you on the Discord, which is probably all of you, will be aware that I was talking about maybe trying to make a donation to someone who was trying to get a cheap setup for some stuff, and I hadn't been able to get in touch with them. And the friend that I know them through has literally just now got back to me, saying, oh, they're very busy with some family stuff. So I'm just going to go and message him back and say, okay, I literally just started streaming, I can't talk. So I'm going to do that. Okay, thanks. I literally just started streaming, so can't talk more. Send. Right. Well, I think we are good to go, aren't we? Yes, and I could probably turn... I've got a ring light up here, and I've got one down here. I could probably turn those down and have a less shiny face, but it's about consistent with the weather, to be honest, isn't it? You know what, let's just, given how late I am, let's take a big drink of water. I have a big bottle of water today. And we'll give people a little longer to file in. Also, I can't remember if I said hello, Exa, so yes, hello. Or hello again, if I've already said that. Oh, RAM. I don't have RAM sorted. I should do that. What do I have that's within reach? That's how you want to pick your RAM, right? Is what's within reach. SODIMMs, DDR4. Ooh, hello. Corsair PSC, that'll do. Yeah, sure, why not? Because it's got stupid OEM Samsung stuff in it at the minute, and that rhymes more than I wanted it to. Whatever. I say stupid, it's not stupid, it's OEM D-die, but you know. The point is, it's single rank, so it's not ideal. So let's put some Corsair PSC in there instead. It's blue as well, it's this stuff. Should be decent. I've got a bit of paper or something in the fins there. Okay, that's going to bother me if I don't deal with it. Oh, it's literally stuck on. Okay, it's like a sticker or something. Great. You know what? I actually want to deal with that. Hang on. What do I have that could deal with that? I have a knife. That is not really helping. Yeah, this is also my on-off button, because my usual on-off button is acting up and I haven't dug out a spare one. Yeah, whatever. Right. Does Motherboard also kill CPU and RAM in ASRock style? I hope not. I don't know. It hasn't yet. Let's hope it doesn't. So. Oh, right, yeah. If anyone's wondering, this is the hammer. So we will have this to hand for if that thing misbehaves too badly, basically. And or if the donations reach $100. Because if it just hits $100, then I'm just not using the board anymore. Like, we hit the $100 mark, I stop everything and smash the board, and then, depending on what time it is, I go and get a less shit board. Failing that, if we're past, like, I guess 30 or so, I might do it anyway, depending on how pissed off I am at the board. But we'll see. Always keep a nice hammer on hand. Ah. Right, yeah, because you know what I didn't do before I started streaming? I didn't plug the HDMI cable into the capture card. That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? So I have to lean over behind the stream system and find the correct hole over here. No, it's not in yet. Am I even? No, I'm not even looking in the right place. Okay. There we go. That was probably a POV experience nobody wanted. So now Where's the cable that goes the other way? Aha! There it is. Have a bit of a rat's nest here. Hopefully. Hey! Good. Right. And now I can complain that that says single channel memory mode. There. That shouldn't say single channel memory mode. That's not good. That's not a good start. It has run in dual channel in the past. So I'm going to try... This counts as the first hard power cycle, doesn't it? Right, I forgot about that. I need to have my stream.txt open so I can keep count of those. So we'll try reseating the RAM. Swap it round as well while we're at it. And I know what you're thinking. They're in slots 3 and 4, right? But trust me, that's correct for this board. Well, I could try the inner slots rather than outer. Hey, Infinity. Oh!
I may be skint, but can at least spare this to start the ball rolling on seeing some tech or possibly.
Thank you, Kif. I completely missed BIOS there. That's going to be a whole thing as well, I suspect, this stream. Well, we'll let Windows load and we'll see if it's at least dual channel in Windows. And then I might as well run the benchmark again, because it's dual rank now, so it'll probably get a slightly better score. And I might as well do that to save the score. Right, yeah. CPU-Z. Oh, no, I can't because it's not set up in 1 core per CU mode. And that is dual channel. Good, okay. Hey Paul. I'm finally going. So I think this reboot has worked, but after a while it stops rebooting and you have to hard power cycle it, hence the counter down there. So it does have profiles, and the profiles don't survive a CMOS clear, but do survive the power cycle. Oh, it has XMP as well. So what should we do? Let's load XMP, I guess. We'll go 1 core per CU mode, which ASRock does have. Team Cup FX stage was 7-zip, right? Yes, it was. Can we have a channel points poll, board or mic breaks first? I'm not sure how I would determine that, is the issue. Like, yeah, I don't know how I'd be able to decide that. Did I say a benchmark other than 7-zip? I bet I did. Wouldn't surprise me. I'm a bit all over the place. It's too hot, and it's like, oh god. So that is my indoor temperature right now. I do not like that. I do not like the heat. Hello, Stabler. Right, I should get on with this, because if I take too long at this, then I'm just going to reset and then the board will stop posting straight away on one reset. So, disabled iGPU, loaded XMP, set 1 core per compute unit mode. And there it is. And this is what it does to me. It's been on for too long, So it just 0 5s. And I have to kill power. Infinity says you break if start talking about and then mentions a topic. I'm wise to this. If I say what the topic is, that means I've broken already. And it wasn't Catgirls, for once. Right. Is this board's issues because of some kind of degradation, or is it that badly designed? I have no idea. I can only assume it's some kind of degradation, right? Like, I can't see what else would cause it. It can't be a design fault. I don't know if it's the BIOS chip, maybe, but yeah. So let's be a bit quicker about this time. Oh, no. So, 1 core per CU. XMP, SVM mode off, iGPU off, save that and reset. So those are the same, first clip of the stream, oh good. Those are the same settings that I put in last time and they didn't work. Or I think they're the same anyway. Strunking Cap says, as someone who has his room at 30C all year, heat sucks. Yep. I could swear I was spamming delete, but I missed BIOS anyway. I really want to go into BIOS because I really want to save a profile. Right? So I need to get one of those .bats sorted out, really. Ooh, I saw 05 there for a minute and I got worried. Come on. Give me BIOS. Yes! Yeah, I cannot deal with it. It doesn't help that I'm very well insulated as well. Like, heat is not good for me. Right, we have a profile saved, that's good. So, what's it at? 1600 888. I mean, I might as well. Oh, it's giving us all our proper memory ratios. Excellent. How much memory voltage do we have? Wait, where's the voltage set? There it is, okay. Ooh, we have proper memory voltage. Up to 2.05 volts on the memory, that's something. So let's try 1.8 volts, 1.9 on the memory. And let's try, if we're doing 2400, we'll do a 13828. That's quite generous. RRD of 4, T4 of 16, CWL of 8. So like these are loose settings for PSC. Infinity. I hate heat too, and I'm going to live in Tokyo where it can get to 40 degrees. Good idea. That's 40 degrees Celsius, mind you, which, yeah, because if it was 40 degrees Kelvin, that would be quite chilly. Okay, so that's our basic PSC memory overclock there. If it works, if 2400 works. And that is our second power cycle. 40 Kelvin would be a dream. Sub-Zero OC with passive cooling. Yeah, I mean, you'd need a big coat, but other than that, I don't know. Human survival in that temperature might be a problem. So that got stuck on 05, but I don't think it's because there was a problem. Oh, Infinity just noticed the goal. Yeah. Yep, it's probably going to happen. And I mean, we're starting to see why, right? So, hang on. Profiles. So let's try and be quicker about it this time. 8:13, 8, 28, 4, 16. And we were doing TCWL8. Some of those other subs are going to be too tight. I don't care. 1.9. Do it. Okay, and that's actually booting this time. Good. Yi says would win in Enthusiast League. Stock air cooling. Yeah. That's what you want. That's basically how the Enthusiast League works. That's how the Enthusiast League works, is whoever lives in the coldest climate wins. Okay, so that's posted, so save. And let's take that into Windows. Salty says Canada for the win. Yep, Canada, areas of Eastern Europe in the winter, not in the summer, but in the winter. Russia, always good. Again, depends a little bit on the area of Russia, but yeah. Every Canadian should be, by default, apprentice. I think some people might complain about that. You know, maybe it doesn't like 2400. Oh, do we have signs of life? We have life. Right. So now it's not going to like fail out once we're in Windows, but when I go to reboot, because I'll have been up for a while, it's probably going to stick on 05 again. But we'll see. And we are in 1 core per CU mode, that's good, and we are at 2400 CL8, albeit kind of loose settings right now. Gets a minus 20 in Belarus every winter. Whew. Yeah, that's chilly. Right, 7-zip, wasn't it? Salty says N2B. I have some N2F somewhere, I think. I don't know about N2B. I think it exists. I've seen it on some fairly decent Corsair bins. I'm assuming he actually meant not too bad. Yeah, that was a look. I'm glad we have the emote wall, so at least we don't have a chat monitor, but you could at least, yeah, not N2B is in not too bad. Yeah. Right. Let's run the benchmark. This is what we're here to do after all. Okay. Should I write down a PB thing as well? I mean, I don't really have a target for this because it's kind of like I'm not working towards a target, I'm working kind of towards my sanity. Unless I can figure out a target. I don't know. I'm not really used to 7-zip either, so I'm not sure like how to predict score. Any opinion on having an official HWBOT competition drama bingo? Broadly, I think it's a good thing. Filling out a bingo sheet might be a little bit difficult. Maybe if you don't specify just drama, but just a general HWBOT competition stuff, then it would be a bit easier to fill out the bingo sheet. The ones that I've seen on Discord, like, they're 4x4, right? And I'm used to bingo sheets being like 5x5, and then your free space is always the middle one. But I don't think it should just be labelled free space. I think that it should actually be something that's like something you expect to happen, and you say that's the free space. Like, I'm not sure what it would be for a HWBOT competition, but I'm sure there's options. Middle space, you submitted a score. Yeah? Yes, actually, yeah. Because then, like, only people who've submitted a score get that. Yeah, I'm on board with that. That's perfect. But yeah, and then the idea should be that, like, other than that, you, like, randomise it, right? But yeah, I did a bingo sheet for, I think it was the Zen 2 launch, and I had, like, oh my god, I had about 4 or 5 different ways that I had, like, 4 in a row, but not 5, and I didn't actually get bingo. I was so annoyed. Yeah, right, I know Windows Firewall's turned off, leave me alone. Okay, so that result is worth saving. We have just under 15k. CPU's still at stock, so it's being weird about speed, but that's fine, we'll sort that. I think now that we've got basic memory settings done, I should probably do CPU next. Okay, well that's 14,990 saved. We ready for the 05? And there it is. This board, eh? That's 4 hard power cycles. I should have turned it off before I updated that, because I still need to wait a little bit. In fact, let me just move this slightly so that you can see the little light that's still lit up. Kif says 21,491 is his PB with pure CPU speed and JDEC memory. Okay. Do I have space for a PB and target? I could get rid of the BSOD counter. Yeah, you know what? For this stream, I'll get rid of the BSOD counter. And I'll target Kif's score. Why not? 21491. PB, I can't remember what that was, so I'll update that in good time. So CPU speed next. I mean, I'm thinking. I mean, it's an 8300, so it's going to be low at stock. I'm thinking 4 gigahertz at 1.4. Wait, where's multiplier control? We have base clock, CPU dynamic overclocking, spread spectrum, that can fuck off. Turbo core if I disable that and APM, does that... Oh, here we are, multiplier / voltage change. Right. Okay, cool. Can I key in? I can't key in voltage. Clear CMOS count got deleted. Yeah, there's no clear CMOS count for this stream. I'm not really expecting to have to clear CMOS. If I do, I'm going to be pissed. So I can't key in voltage. I can select it from a list, or I can do plus and minus keys, but I can't just key it in. Wonderful. And same with multiplier. Okay, that's fine. Sure, whatever. You know, let's do 1.35. 4 gigahertz at 1.35. Well, that's new. You can hit page up and page down to jump faster in that voltage list, says Yi. I'll give that a go, thank you. Right. Well, 5D is not 05. So maybe it just didn't like the processor speed? I'll try resetting it. Ah! It's booting. Now, what's booting? Oh, 4 gigahertz is booted. Sweet. So, save that. So that was just it randomly not wanting to boot for no reason. Cool. It's one of those boards. Kif is saying 7-zip only uses about 50 watts, so it's not that intensive on the core. That's good. What's my... My full system power consumption was 150 watts booting Windows, and it's now about 66. I don't think there's a way I could get a camera on that easily. Right, PB, 14,990. I'm not sure why that says 4.2. I think that's just an artifact of AMD's turboing, whatever. Yeah, while I'm here and while that's running, I have a Discord that people can join if they want to get pings when I stream and see what the plans for streams are. And also I posted a cat video earlier. So yeah, thank you, Strunk. Sorry, I was a bit slow on that. I had it queued up in chat and then I didn't. Yes, that's the one. Anyway, both of those. Also, I mean, the issues are not getting that bad yet, but I will plug the existence and the nature of the donation goal, because that is a thing. And, oh, 17301, that's a new PB. I'll save it first and then I'll update the PB. It would be kind of funny if I actually get a legitimately good score, despite everything. I mean, the memory's doing okay, weirdly. Save. 17301, right. Excellent. And cursor corruption. Well, it's a good thing I'm restarting anyway. Tech Tested has a non-XOC filler sub, and that's 21505. Okie dokie. Okay, I'm targeting Matt's score then. If that's like just slightly higher. And it's frozen on 0.5, so I need to kill power again. That is number 5. And I'll have to restore all of the settings. I'm really glad it has basic profiles, even though, like, if I end up clearing CMOS, I'm going to lose the profile, and then I'm going to be very unhappy. If I've really dialed in the profile, and then I lose the profile to clearing CMOS, that's going to be the bit where I decide $1 is enough to smash it. Maybe, we'll see. So, I guess, yeah, let's be fairly aggressive about this. 4.5 at like lowish voltage. You never know, might work. Hey GNHY. This board is a pain. So what I'm doing here, I'm loading in, and I'm going to save a profile. It's at least kind of nice that it has a form of profiles, and the reason I'm doing that is because otherwise I'm going to lose the setting that I just put in for reasons that will become obvious. So I have to go through this whole rigmarole, this whole ritual of it posts, go into BIOS, save profile, reboot every time. Hey folks, how's it going? Well, I have had to hard reset the board 5 times already, because if it's been on for too long and I just reboot it, it goes, no, not doing that, not rebooting. Which is basically every time that I want to reboot and go into BIOS, which is part of why I don't have the BAT set up on this system that would send me straight to BIOS, because it wouldn't work anyway. Well, straight into Windows at 4.5 at least. But, yeah. I mean, we've not hit a wall yet. That's always good. That's what you want, is to not have hit a wall. It's much better than the alternative. Also, as of right now, I'm completely sober for this stream. That might turn out to be a mistake, but we'll see. 17301. This does also mean I don't have any excuses. What? Okay. Decompression speed is like really high. Got a fan you can place on the North Bridge / VRM area to see if anything helps it. I mean, to be honest with you, maybe the camera angle could be a bit better, but if I fiddle with the camera angle I have to fiddle with the postcard, or I might just not be able to show the postcard. I've got the Wraith Prism cooler in turbo mode, so that's blowing air onto the VRM. So right now, I'm touching the chokes. They're cold, basically. The Northbridge heatsink's decent. I think it should be okay, honestly. I think that cooler and it going should be alright. What it does mean is... What? Why is that so low? Why am I at 3.3? I put in 4.5, didn't I? Why the fuck am I at 3.3? Obscure Paradox says, hello handsome. Yes. Hello Lewis, I take it you're still ill and possibly a little feverish then. If that's your assessment. Oh god, what the right. The worst part is, I can't just go into BIOS and check what the settings are doing, can I? Because I'm going to go into BIOS, or I'm going to try to, and it's just going to hang on 0.5, probably. Yep, there it is. So I have no idea. I'll never know what the settings were there. The Swan next door says I saw him first. Is that who I think it is? Because if it is, drop me a message on Discord and let me know. Is this a power down the PSU and then boot into BIOS board? Yeah, it's just... After it's been on for a little bit, you try and reboot it and it just doesn't reboot. Regardless of the settings, I've tried. Hangs on 0.5 on the postcard. And, oh, I have a message on Discord. Okay, yep, so the Swan next door is who I think it is. Alright. I assume the battery is fresh, says Obscure Paradox. Yep. So I did. The old battery seems fine anyway. I have a test of CMOS batteries, which I'm going to regret doing right now, but is basically I have a blue LED, and just see if it lights the blue LED up, which this one does. However, I put a fresh one in anyway. And when that didn't work, what I did next is I blasted the battery area with contact cleaner, and that didn't work either. Right, profile. So yeah, I have 4.5 set at 1.35 volts, which seems low. Shouldn't that be like 1.4? Sometimes you just get boards like that no matter what. P45 is a nightmare for it, but usually after a crash. Yeah, I mean with this board it's all the time, anytime. Right, so we are at 4.5, definitely at 4.5 in the BIOS. Saved. Matt says, just got here, have you got a run-in yet? Yes, that's what the PB is. I've got 2 runs in, actually. Well, I've got 2 runs in that were worth doing, and then I've got 1 run that is... it was the last one, and that was terrible. Wait, my score is your target. Yes. I have no idea if we're going to get anywhere near that. Because last time I tried to boot at 4.5, it apparently booted at 3.3. But basically, oh shit, that's a reboot. That is a reboot, right. Let's try 4.4. So maybe that's what happened, is it rebooted and it just reset my CPU speed and I didn't notice. So we'll try 4.4, let's say. So originally Kif's score was my target. I just said I don't have a target, I need a target. And Kif mentioned his score, and there's the fucking power cycle again. But yeah, so originally it was Kif's score and then he mentioned your score, but at this rate I'm probably not going to get any scores, so, well, not going to get anywhere near it anyway. But yeah, it's basically like, you know, random ambient score on a not very good board sort of level is what I'm aiming at. Or, I don't know what board you're on, presumably you're on a decent board, Matt, but like, ambient and, as far as I'm aware, not that high effort. Mem and Northbridge help a lot, yeah. We'll get there, hopefully. Hello, Nuke the Power. Jesus, 19. Matt says it was rather low effort, didn't touch base clock at all. Okay, good. So that's about the level I'm aiming at. Because this is not necessarily low effort, but it's not a good board, and I feel like that's sort of a similar thing. Some people might be thinking, not a very good board, but it has profiles. Oh, fucking hell.
Overclocking is like drag racing for nerds in the comfort of their homes. It is a drug which is highly addictive and can ruin lives. Keep out of reach from children.
Thank you, Lewis. What IC are you running? I'm running PSC. They're Corsair 1600 CL8 PSC sticks, but they're from 2009, so they're alright. And hopefully this is going to load into Windows this time. Yeah, that's a good sign. Maybe. Are we good? CPU. CPU is stuck at 3.3 again. Right. Can we restart quick enough to see what's going on in BIOS? Disable turbo boost, PS check. I'll check that, because my 4 GHz applied. Hang on. I'm probably going to be stuck in BIOS for too long and it's going to fail reboot. But so the max boost clock is up to 4.2 for the FX-8300. So maybe that's something to do with why it's behaving a bit weird. Possibly. I hope that's not it, but yeah, okay, I definitely have 4.4 set. And that is with turbo core and APM disabled. So, okay. So what if I enable that? We have a separate boost frequency. Right, well, let's try setting those both to 4.4 and we'll see what that does. Infinity says, I just got an email out of nowhere from Apple asking if I want to beta test their software. Okay. That's interesting. I'd be really surprised if I got that because I don't own any Apple devices. Or products, I should say. Apple devices is their terminology, we don't use that. Let's see if this is actually booted 4.4. Because it reset when I was... You don't own any either. Okay, that's kind of sus then, isn't it? That's a bit weird. And still at fucking 3.3. Right, what the fuck? Put a load on it and check if it boosts. It didn't. I know it's too late now, but like, it didn't. Because I had this, and it messed up my... score. Like, I got my PB at like 4 gigahertz, and that was fine. Infinity says no, the email address is correct. It could still be a scam. You can spoof senders. I mean, presumably it's more difficult to spoof Apple, because I know that you've got the various stuff like verification for that. But it's still a possibility. So I'd be more worried about what the outgoing links actually are. Oh, wait, you're like a software developer, right? That would make sense. Nuke the Power says, nice looking dims. Yeah, they're, actually, I have another 2 of them here. They got damaged a bit in transit. So they are... yeah. There's the spec, sort of. It's probably not very legible. But yeah, you can see the fins have a dodgy haircut. Right. So let's change nothing else other than going to 4.2. Whoa, what happened there? Oh shit, that's Northbridge frequency. Right, yeah, we don't want to touch that. Just try 4.2. Because that's the max boost clock. Do you have any gigaboards? I could have sworn you had a UD7. That would be a much better board for this. Yeah, it would. I decided I wanted to do it on this ASRock board before I tried the board in order to make a point about how it's not just Gigabyte who can unlock cores. Or, not unlock, who can disable cores into 1 core per CU mode, that's what I meant to say. So, that was my logic, right? And then I tried the ASRock board and I thought, fucking hell, this is shit. Just from a bit of pre-testing, mind. And then I thought, well, maybe that'll be fun. Oh, hello. Well, given how bugged out Windows is, I'm guessing 4.2 has applied. Yeah, okay. Let's say that's 4.2 and it's not stable. Yeah, Kif has my 990FX UD7 that's terrible at base clock, and he got it for like... I can't remember how much it was. It wasn't much. Anyway, more vCore. Yi says, yeah, I tested the other night, but the 970 Extreme 4 also has 1 core per CU, so I suspect ASRock probably has it just as commonly as Gigabyte does for this generation. Yep, it does. GNHY says, you sell on eBay? I do. That board was a private sale to KIF. And generally, like with Team Cup relevant hardware, when I get my act together, which is hardly ever, but when I do get my act together, those end up being private sales, but I do sell stuff on eBay as well. So if you want to buy, like, what do I have up on eBay at the moment? I have a chipset heatsink for the Gigabyte P45 Extreme up on eBay. And I have a 7750, and I have a RAM tray for SODIMMs. So if you're after one of those, yeah, you can find me selling stuff on eBay. It varies. Theoretically, there's a junkyard channel on my Discord, but I only really use that for stuff that's like, I don't know, interesting, I guess. It hasn't been getting much use, because the trouble is, like, I have a few UK viewers, but they're all in the UK overclocking server anyway. And then all of the international viewers are like, yes, that's very cool. No, I would not like to pay international shipping on it, which is fair enough. But yeah. Kif says, I sense this board will appear on the junkyard channel. It's going to appear on a bloody scrap heap, mate. At this rate. I know ostensibly that's sort of what the junkyard channel is, but like, no, this is going, well, yeah, I mean, I guess depending on the progress on the donation goal, if we get absolutely nowhere, then I might just be like, hey, does anyone want this to use as a coaster? But the plan is, well, if that goal reaches a decent amount, and if it's 100, I'm going to, you know, stop the stream and just smash the bloody thing immediately. Well, not stop the stream, I'll do it on stream, obviously. But, like, stop overclocking and smash it straight away. At that point, there wouldn't be a whole lot of sense in selling it, unless, I guess, somebody wants it, in which case, sure. Windows is still not happy. Sign it and I'm sure someone would. I'm not Buildzoid. Actually, yeah. Fun fact, my streaming system is actually signed by Buildzoid. Is it possible for me to show you that? Probably is, if I just carefully pick that camera up. Right. If I've corrupted the operating system already, there's going to be an issue. You have the APU pre-built, don't you? Yep. Knowing says memory unstable? Maybe. It was working before. So, I don't know. It worked at 4 gig. Well, yeah. It worked at 4 gig. I have slight hiccups. It works at 4 gigahertz. You were in Windows just a moment ago while showing off the Buildzoid signature. Yeah, but it was like being weird and not working properly. So, and of course it's another fucking power cycle needed. Waiting for that green light to go out on the debug card. There it goes. Right. Yeah. Stab. There we are. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to let that go to Windows. Matt says, what's your Northbridge voltage at? I set CPU Northbridge and Northbridge voltage to 1.3. I haven't touched those yet. Okay, this is weird. The capture card isn't getting anything, but it's still on screen. I've not had that before. Is that a capture card issue or what? I've never seen that before. The creeping realization that I didn't save an image of this operating system. I should probably have done that. I got cocky. Okay, capture card is not dead. Good. Running 2400 Northbridge, you may need a little more voltage. Is that not stock? Okay, so Windows not dead. Which is good, I didn't think it would be dead. And the CPU is at defaults, because of course it is. Why would it not be at defaults? Well, let's find out what stock is. Are AM3 Plus boards better? I mean, the main thing about a board being AM... So this is technically an AM3 Plus board, even though it's on the older 880 thingy chipset. Are AM3 Plus boards better? I mean, they support FX. Does that count as being better? That's questionable. Okay. So what's... hang on. Oh, it's 2200 stock on the Northbridge. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay. What? And it's not letting me go lower than it was. Right. So we'll try 4.2 and I guess we'll try more CPU Northbridge voltage. Sure. Or we won't. I mean, are there better boards out there? Oh yeah, tons. This board is fucking shit, even by the standards of the platform. Absolute rubbish. If it was a good board by the standards of the platform, I would not be threatening it with this hammer. Maybe I should have switched to a power supply that has less hold-up time, but I don't know if my other power supplies do have less hold-up time, so that might have been a waste of time. Tech Tested says it does seem to be a bit of a nightmare. Yep. And that is why I have a donation incentive to potentially smash the fucking thing. I forgot to... Oh, for fuck's sake. BIOS. Give me BIOS. Just realised I've ended up with... You know what, I'm going to roll my sleeves up. It's too warm. Sleeves up is good. Let's load that profile. And what were we trying to do? We were trying to do 4.2 and 1.2 volts for CPU Northbridge. Kif says, seems 05 postcode is either related to bad BIOS checksum or soft power on / reset or keyboard in it. Yeah, I don't know. Oh! This one next door says sleeves up, safety first, and that's reminded me that I don't have safety glasses with me. So that's something I'll need to sort out before any smashing. I think I know where they are. It'll be fine, it was just something to go sort out in a BRB. Just fold the board with your hands. That would be an interesting thing to attempt. Could do. Oh! Wait, no? Knowing says it's probably not got that many layers, so folding it might work. The thing about it not having many layers is kind of a double-edged sword. Because it means that the fiberglass in the middle that supports the board is going to be thicker. Whereas if you've got more layers, it's like lots of very thin sheets of copper and then just the pre-preg material in between them. This isn't working. Whatever it's doing, it's not happy. Imagine if he forgets to take the CPU out. I'm not planning to. But then no one ever plans to make a mistake, do they? That's not really how it works. Okay, well, 4 gigahertz worked, so... Yeah, of course not. That's another power cycle then. Hence the safety glasses, you don't want an AMD chip flying around. Yeah, I have a case for it knocking about. Yeah, stab. You know what I forgot to do before the stream is update the rig command. Might work on that next time I actually get a benchmark run in, so hopefully it will be up to date by about 11 PM UK time. Right, so I was going to try 4 gigahertz, and I was scuppered by the boards being what it is. So let's try that again. Matt says you have way more patience with this board than I would have. Yeah. I have a lot of patience for bad boards, but all things are relative, right? The more patient I am with the board, the more likely I am to get $100. That's my logic. Because that would be nice, because to be honest, like, at that point, it would be covering what I'd spent on this piece of shit, which would be nice, and then I could spend the rest on dry ice or something, and then do a stream with that. Paul says he has patience, but also a hammer. That's just about the quote of the stream, isn't it? You can't pin messages in Twitch chat, can you? Oh, you can. And 4 gigahertz has worked. Okay, so we know that the CPU north bit was okay. Now, is it at the proper clocks? I might as well do a benchmark then. No, it's at 3.3. Why is it at 3.3? I have no idea. Next stream, have a hammer attached to wire dangling over the board. Ah, yes, the hammer of Damocles. Am I going to need a counter for the number of times it boots at 3.3 for no fucking reason whatsoever? Paul says core voltage looks auto as well. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I think this board is one way or another. It might be on the way out. But, okay, so I have Turbo Core and APM disabled at the minute. And Spread Spectrum disabled, so maybe... I don't fucking know, like... Enable all of those, just leave the Turbo Core at the same as all core. Fucking maybe, right? Maybe that'll work. See if the core frequency is set to be seen in PS check. I don't have PS check on this. Nuke the Power says, would sentiment M5A99X Evo, but I guess it would be expensive. I don't need one. I am doing this on principle. I have better boards that I can use. Don't worry about that. Does the Mobo have a CPU options menu? I think so. I've missed BIOS on it, haven't I? Yeah, well, whatever. And now it's really at fucking stock. It's bouncing around all over the place. That is actually stock speeds. Willingly being tortured. Yeah, I mean, it's more entertaining, right? I hope it's more entertaining in a way. It's a different kind of entertainment, I suppose. Like, it's... You know, I have a 3400G now. Where is that? Thanks to the donations on the previous stream, I have a 3400G. I will be applying that to the Old Zen competition at some point next week, hopefully. So, what's that doing in CPU Z? Not fucking 4 gigahertz is what that's doing. Okay, why the fuck not? Did you get that on eBay? I think I saw an auction for it. Yep. It's the one where I think the pictures for the auction were just the thing in the system with the cooler on. But yeah, I mean, there's always 3400G auctions, but basically, I I went to buy one off Kex, and then you can sub-reference frequency and get a golden cup. I suppose I should save a score for that, shouldn't I? Yeah, Kex. It's pronounced with a hard C. That is the official pronunciation. You can't pronounce it right or you'll get banned. No, I can say sex. Just that is what allegedly they call themselves. Their open Wi-Fi network is called Unprotected Kex. Goodness knows why that is, but yeah, I've got Gold Cup for 7-zip on 8300 4P. I now have an indication of what the stream delay is like. From Kif saying FFS in chat, which is presumably a response to the Wi-Fi network name thing. Let's just fucking... I'm just going to put in manual overclock settings again, because maybe something just got fucked up somehow in some way. What was it? Page up to... Right. I see. Holy shit! What the... This board goes up to 2 volts on CPU. Okay. XMP. If it's there, might as well set it. Not on air. I do actually like this CPU, I just don't like the board. Infinity says, I know a franchise owner from Ireland and he says CEX. Yeah. I remember at the Christian youth group I used to go to, someone talking about having I think they were talking about having a sex card, to be fair, for like the CEX trading thing. Okay, this is interesting. So that was 4.4, right? And that's not working by the looks of it. But now after rebooting again, it is booting in. Hey, Royal the Wolf. And it's booted in... Oh my god. So it's booted in at 4.4 on the processor, but at 800 on the memory. What the fuck? Infinity says, you went to a Christian youth group? Yep. I was home educated, and this was my parents' way of getting me more social experience. Right, come on, you can at least do DDR3 1600 for fuck's sake. But also my parents are Christian. Like, my aunt is literally a vicar. Which was quite convenient, because after my wife and I got married, like we got married in a registry office, but then we had a religious blessing ceremony, and that was with family members. So having my aunt be a vicar was quite nice to get that organised, and that meant that actually we could get the wedding blessed in my granddad's care home, and he could therefore attend, which was perfect. Infinity says, I thought you didn't believe in God. I guess I'd call myself agnostic. I don't know. It's complicated. We're in OS at 4.4. It's with shit memory settings, but we're in OS at 4.4. Right, good. I don't know why it's worked this time and not before, but yeah. Need to believe in God for this board. Conversely, the existence of this motherboard is an argument against the existence of God, because if there was a just God, would this motherboard exist? Of course, then you get into like all of the Christian stuff about like a non-interventionist God. So my actual cousin has like written a whole essay about like why suffering exists in the world. Like how do you have a compassionate and all-powerful God, but then also have suffering in the world? And his argument is basically that God has granted humans free will. Humans are doing it to each other. Basically, God isn't happy about it either. Is kind of his argument, which, I mean, it's... The problem is, with all of this stuff, is that you end up basically fitting your model of what God is like around the observed evidence. But that is also what you would have to do anyway. So, like... Because it's kind of like... it's like with DNA testing, right? Like, DNA fingerprinting is not complete DNA sequencing, right? When people say they've got a DNA match to someone who's suspected of a crime, then, and I am going somewhere with this, when people say they've got a DNA match to someone suspected of a crime, they haven't sequenced that person's entire genome. What they've done is they've put it through some enzymes that cut it in specific places, and then they've used something called electrophoresis, which basically drags it out into a barcode, basically. So that creates a so-called genetic fingerprint. And you can have various... that's one way of doing it, but the point is you can have various levels of certainty. And you might have something where there is a 1 in a million chance, for example, that a match between a certain sample and, like, let's say a match between a sample found at a crime scene and a sample in a database, you might have a 1 in a million chance that that is just like a random accident, right? And that's much less certainty than you would have if you were sequencing an entire genome. But here's the thing. If you have a database that has 1 million people in it, right, and none of them did the crime, then if your accuracy is 1 in a million, guess how many people in that database, right, you're going to come up with, you're going to match to someone. And then you say, aha, we've matched to one person. There was only a 1 in a million chance that could be an error, so they must have done it. And that's not correct. And my point with all of this, and I will save the score in a minute, my point with all of this is that when talking about the nature of God, you know, in terms of what Christians believe, like, if there is a God, then by definition the God that there is going to be of the nature that leads to the world that we observe. And so it's all very well me sitting here being the edgy atheist and saying, oh, isn't it very convenient that your model of God is, you know, changed to fit around the observed evidence. But, like, of course it is. That's what physicists do as well. Yeah. That was a lot to say about a topic that I actually don't have particularly strong opinions on. I should save this score, because it's a crap memory settings, but it is a new PB. I'm going to do CPU core first, I think, and then work on memory. I should probably save that reference frequency score as well. Kif said something punished with dropped memory channels. Paul has been troubleshooting missing channel for half an hour. Yeah, that's how it happens. SPD and save. 18573. Yeah, this is mainly a CPU benchmark, so I should probably not be messing with memory yet. I'll do that later. Right, yeah. I was going to save a CPU Z validation. Royal asks, is this for Team Cup? Yes, it is for Team Cup. And right, yeah. Right. I got distracted and forgot that that happens. Make that 14 hard power cycles. God, like an hour in and I started talking about religion. Great. I mean, I talked about guns last stream, so... Though it is kind of funny how a lot of the traditionally contentious issues, like, I'm fairly neutral on. Yeah. Not all of them. Trans rights and human rights. But, yeah, a lot of the other ones. Hang on. That wasn't with the profile though, was it? That was... shit. But let's... Okay, let's recreate those settings and let's save a second profile. So, hang on. 1.45 volts, wasn't it? 1600 CL8 memory. Let's explicitly set DDR3 1600. Save that, then go save a profile. Infinity says right to repair is good. Yes, I agree with that one as well. Stuck on fucking 5D for no fucking reason. Overclocking and politics, honestly pretty good. Yeah, I mean... That's right. I can either have good politics or good overclocks, or ideally both. So that does seem to have booted up, so we'll save that. As work in progress uncursed, which I might be speaking too soon on that, but we'll see. And let's try 4.6. Got to talk about something while the benchmark runs. That's true, although I always end up continuing to talk about it while the benchmark isn't right now, for fuck's sake. Well, here we are again. It's always such a pleasure. Remember when I tried to kill you twice? Oh, how we laughed and laughed, except I wasn't laughing, Under the circumstances, I've been shockingly nice. I'm honestly not that concerned about the VRM because we're only running 4 cores, and I just missed fucking BIOS. Stab. I'm only running 4 cores. You know, it's rated for 8-core, 125 watt CPUs with a top-down heatsink. Running only 4 cores but at quite high voltage is not that high of a current demand still compared to 8 cores at lower voltage. So yeah. Royal the Wolf says, oh, I'm running an FX-9370. Yeah. I would not put a 9370 in this board. I don't own a 9370, that's part of why. But also because I would expect it to blow the VRM up. I'm not doing that. Is that at stock again? Right, yeah, of course it is. Come on, give me 4.6. The UD3 Rev 4.0 can in theory do 240 amps for V-Core. However, a couple of the input MLCCs are burned. How does that happen? No clue how that happened from the previous owner. Oh, that answers my question. Yeah, MLCCs shouldn't just get burned like that. That's really weird. Because they're normally fairly durable, aren't they? Yeah, how do you roast... Also, it still works, presumably? How do you roast an MLCC but then have it still work? I don't get that. No clue. Also, the top PCIe slot has broken pins. Owner didn't press the little clip. Oh, yeah. And we booted up at 3.3. That's not what I fucking set. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna hard power cycle this anyway. Exit, you're trying to sell B-die, aren't you? Why are you tempting Kif to buy B-die other than the stuff that you're selling? Ex's B-die is dying left and right. I thought that was something else. I thought that turned out to be a platform issue. Right. I'm going to say maybe there's something about saving profiles. Maybe that's the problem. Hey, Sparky. So I keep having these issues, and they're always once I've loaded a profile and I start having issues. So, I'm going to have to save the profiles here instead, which is going to be a fucker. What have I missed so far? You've missed me having to hard power cycle this fucking motherboard 16 times. You've missed booting into Windows not working, and just in general. Oh right, yeah, you've also missed me waving this hammer around. So, I just have to manually... Yeah, let's disable the spread spectrum actually, why not? If I manually put in my entire fucking overclock every fucking time... then maybe it will behave. Maybe it won't, but we'll see. Pen and paper to write the settings down, maybe. Once I start doing proper overclocking and not just like core multi, I'll like write down other stuff. Yeah, I'm not touching the various like efficiency settings like C states anymore. It's just not worth the effort. Are you sure the Wraith Prism isn't going to be a bottleneck? Oh, it will. It will absolutely. Like, there will come a point where I would be getting better clocks if I had better cooling, undeniably, right? What are you benching? FX-8300 in 4P mode. Oh, 7-zip benchmark. But yeah, no, I mean the cooler's definitely a bottleneck. But it's field expedient cooling. It's what I had on hand. And it's not bad in turbo mode, to be fair. Sounds like you'll be banging your head against a wall until you make a dent that looks like your face. Yeah, pretty much. That is roughly what I'm expecting. Okay, this had better actually boosted up the fucking clocks. Yes, we have 4.6. Excellent. Okay, come on. How's the debug PCI card? Been looking at picking one up for older boards. A lot of the reviews keep saying they get sent the wrong ones. It took fucking forever for it to arrive. It is a TL631 Pro. It works. I've not used it yet for anything other than PCI, so I don't know how well it works, but seems to work broadly. Yeah, does the job. I kind of like that it has like the flashing dots just to let you know that the debug card is working properly, but yeah. I haven't used it for anything other than PCI though, so yeah. So, just going back, Sparky said about banging your head against a wall, that's my experience with FX. Yeah. Now, think about FX on a shitty broken ASRock board that isn't behaving itself properly at the best of times. And that's what the stream is. Still, we have a new PB, so let's save that. You want your freedom, take it. That's what I can't ignore. I used to want you dead, but now I only want you back. 19213. 19213. 19213. Boop. That's not bad. Well, let's reboot and try some higher clocks. I'm going to keep smiling. Come on. Come on. And there it is. It's hard power cycle number 17. We've been going for just under 100 minutes, so what does that work out as? like 6 minutes-ish per power cycle. Is it allowed to use 8-core CPUs using only 4-core? So that's basically the point of the stage. But it's not just you disable 4 cores. It's specifically, and I posted a thing in a HWBOT thread that kind of clarifies this. But oh shit, I missed BIOS. Give me a moment. I will explain this in a minute. So that was 4.6 at 1.45. So right, yeah, I can explain it here. So basically, it has to be the 1 core per CU mode that you see here. Oh, we have mouse. Rather than the 4 cores per processor mode. So ASRock and Gigabyte boards all have that. Some other boards might, I'm not sure. Haven't found out yet. So let's try, I guess, 4.8. That's the next logical step up. And since profiles keep misbehaving, I'm not using profiles anymore, and that's that. Are you fucking kidding me? Already? Oh my god. This seems like I'm just going to do this command in chat every time I have to reset the board. Because the sooner I get to smash it, the sooner I get to use a board that doesn't fucking suck. I'm not that far off. How much did you pay for the board? So, for this board and a second board that is just fucking dead, I paid £20. So there's different ways you could slice that up. But yeah, less than $100, right? Notably. So some of that's covering the cost of the board, and some of that's going to go back into the stream. It would actually... If we hit the goal, that is enough for me to buy dry ice for a stream as well. And I have a channel in the Discord now where I'm going to account for donations and what they get spent on. Because at the moment, my intent is basically to just put everything back into streaming or content creation. Let's try 4.8 at 1.45 again. Dice is extremely expensive. Yep. I've noticed. Okay, 5D I think I can just reset through. Because it's done that a few times. How do you even store it, or do you have to use it all in one session? So, dry ice comes in big polystyrene insulated boxes. And you can store that for a couple of days, but it does sublimate fairly quickly. So, basically, ideally you do want to use it the same day. If you can. But yeah, so it would probably be a case of like, I don't actually... Maybe I'd have to... I don't know. Because I'm getting my car looked at on Tuesday next week. And I don't know what the schedule's going to be with that. So I guess I'd want to know where I am with that before I start ordering dry ice in, I suppose. Because basically, the day I receive it, A, I need to be there to receive it, right? That's very important. And B, I need to stream that evening. Do we have 4.8? We have 4.8 some of the time. Okay, cool, that's good enough for me. And we have benchmate, so we have actual clock readings anyway. Royal the Wolf says 5 GHz, fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, because of the reduced core count, it shouldn't be too tricky. And it, hopefully, you know, touch wood. Wouldn't it be cheaper to buy cooled CO2 tank and make dry ice by yourself? I mean, to do it properly, I think you need like a dry ice machine, which would not be cheaper because they're like thousands, I'm sure. I mean, to some extent you can just use a fire extinguisher, but that makes a tiny amount of dry ice and would be really, really expensive, like in fire extinguishers. But technically, yeah, biomass CO2 is way cheaper. Wait, Forks said biomass CO2 is way cheaper in dice. Do you mean like it's cheaper when you buy it as dry ice, or was that a typo? Did you mean it's cheaper than dry ice? Oh, we have 20k. Nice. Cheaper as dry ice. Okay. Well, there's an answer. $2,051. 20,051 even. I will be impressed if this doesn't need a hard power cycle. I'm really expecting it to need a hard power cycle. Yep, there it is. Stuck on the 05 code a fucking again. Yeah, so my understanding of how dry ice is made is you have some kind of machine, and I don't know if that machine includes refrigeration at all, or if it just uses the fact that you get the CO2 compressed, you know, as like a liquid anyway, under pressure, and therefore like it comes out cold because of the change in pressure. But in any case, you have a machine, you put liquid CO2 through that machine, and you get dry ice out the end. That presumably means that their bulk price on liquid CO2 is pretty good, but like it's not that good, especially at the moment. Like that's really pushed prices up because natural gas prices have gone way up, and liquid CO2 is a byproduct of producing, I think it was ammonia for fertilizer. It's a byproduct of some kind of fertilizer production that uses natural gas. right? So, with natural gas prices having gone up, the fertiliser plants that use natural gas, they've shut down and furloughed people, and that means that you don't have CO2 coming out of those plants bottled up as a byproduct anymore. Forks says, I assume it's mostly from air liquefaction? No. There is not, like, there's not much carbon dioxide in the air, right? It is a tiny percentage of the air. So, like, nitrogen, liquid nitrogen is from air liquefaction. If you're just trying to harvest carbon dioxide out of the air, you're going to have a really bad time. So, I don't know if they even bother to try and collect that at all. I suspect it's treated as more of an annoyance than anything else. So no, it comes from various types of, like, industrial processes that produce the CO2 as byproducts. Forks says, I imagine they do that to get the liquid oxygen, N2 and CO2 byproducts. Yes. Might be noble gases as well, I'm not sure. Possibly. I don't know if they're doing it, like, to get liquid argon or something. But yeah, broadly speaking. But I don't know if the CO2 is actually captured from those processes. But I know that you capture the CO2 gas that's given off by things like, as Infinity said, making ammonia. You bottle that up and sell it. So that's the main source, to my understanding. And that's why the prices have shot up, because the fertiliser plants have shut down because the natural gas prices have shot up. Nope. Right, yeah, that one. I mean, yeah, I'll just try 5G, I guess. I should at least disable the onboard graphics, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know how air liquefaction actually works. Kif says, too tired to do anything else, we'll do some X299 stuff over the weekend when the weather becomes more British. Yeah, it was forecast to get really hot tomorrow, which would have been better for me, but then it's happened today instead. Ah! Ahaha. I get to use the soundboard. Okay, so more V-Core maybe. That's fine, we've got voltage headroom. Actually, what? Yeah, 44 degrees idle in BIOS. It's fine. That's less fine. Time for another fucking hard power cycle. Kif says 26 degrees room temp now. I am on something similar. 26.6. Royal the Wolf showing off with a 14 degrees C room temp. I would like that. I would happily. I overclock in like a jumper and slippers, and it would be great. I'd get some warm socks on and everything. Right, I have to be quick about getting my settings in here. I have limited time in which to do it. Manual, 1 core per CU. Manual, 5 gigahertz, 1.5 volts, profile 1, 1600, IGPU off. Boom. Below what's considered ambient for HWBOT on the 260 comp. Yeah. Lowest I've seen it hit at night is around 2 to 3. Yeah, I mean, in winter we get some nice cold nights. Oh, right, yeah, New Zealand, it's winter. One nice feature on AM4 is the temperature display on postcode. That'd be kind of nice to have now. I don't know, I'll check what the temperature is in benchmate after the run, assuming it passes. Oh, I'll check CPUs at first. Not as useful on AM3 Plus and FM2 Plus, points out Royal the Wolf. Yeah, good point. Yeah, AMD sensors moment, indeed. I still find it funny how, like, people on those platforms, they would use the socket sense reading instead. People would say, well, that's more accurate, right? And because that's basically like a thermal diode on the motherboard, like by the socket, like on the back of the socket specifically. But then what happens is people get really into putting fans behind their motherboard to cool the back of the motherboard, and it's like, oh, it makes my temperatures go way down because it makes the socket sense reading so much lower. Yes! Because you're cooling the fucking sensor for the socket sense. You're not cooling the fucking CPU, but you're cooling the socket sense thermal diode. Oh dear. Well, new PB, that's nice. And that was max core temp of 51 degrees, according to benchmate. Which presumably actually is socket sense. Okay, 20405. Hey, Vinster. You're on an A6 6400K at the minute. Good luck. Oh, I got the 6420K in the post for you today, so that's probably going to arrive tomorrow or the day after. I sent it to the address that I've sent stuff to before. And it's hanging on 05 again. Infinity, with the aim of derailing the stream, says, Mick, pick elf girl, cat girl, or dragon girl. I'm not sure if I should answer. I don't know. Is the swan next door still in chat? I'm making a Final Fantasy XIV character. Oh, okay. I mean, for Final Fantasy XIV specifically, like, I guess I don't know anything about Final Fantasy XIV, but my instinct is for an RPG. Like, I don't know, dragons are cool. That is an answer with a very limited scope. Right, well... I mean... Where's my... Ah, there we are. Yeah, let's just try 5.1 at 1.5. Sure. I mean, I could probably go higher on the voltage, to be fair. I could probably do, like, 1.55. That's alright. Come on, stop being stuck on 5D. I've hit reset and it's still stuck on 5D. Stab. 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 But still stuck, okay. And 0.5, right, sure, fucking whatever. Cannot even enter BIOS settings. Right, come on, you piece of fucking shit. Right. So I have to enter these settings as quickly as possible and not get distracted by cat girls, basically. And it's still stuck on 5D, but hopefully now if I... Okay, we're good. Oh, Jesus. Apparently I've been going for 2 hours already. It's gone quite quickly. I'm actually surprised. Are we at 5.1? Yes. Speedrun any percent applying BIOS setting, no profile loading. Yeah, basically. because it seems to misbehave with profiles, apparently. So fucking, I just have to, every time I reboot Windows, basically, I have to re-enter every single fucking BIOS setting. That is what I'm dealing with here. Can't save to USB, God no. The profiles don't actually save to the BIOS chip, they save to the CMOS. So if you clear CMOS, it clears the profiles as well. Thanks, ASRock. Right, as it's going to be a bit cooler while that's running, I'm going to open the windows slightly. There we go. Hopefully this room will start cooling down a little bit, if anything. Has that crashed? Yeah, that's crashed, hasn't it? Okay, so no 5.1 at 1.5 volts. I think we may have found the CPU wall. And resetting it's made it just stick on AA. Fuck you. So slightly more voltage. Let's disable turbo core and APM as well while we're at it. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, 1.525 volts, sure. That seems reasonable. Yeah, it is actually a bloody miracle, by the way, that this board even has a UEFI at all. I have an MSI board with the same generation of chipset, and it just looks like fucking, you know, Windows 95 ass BIOS. Not actually Windows, like the kind of BIOS you would expect alongside Windows 95. Oh, fucking hell. And it's not resetting through that, is it? Okay, hang on. Let's try a soft power cycle. Nope. Right, while I wait for that, I'm going to go open, not those windows, but there's a window over there in the kitchen on the other side of the house. Not much, but just a little bit. Hopefully that helps cool the room down a bit. Okay, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake, why? Does anyone want to give me $99 real quick? Oh, that might have worked. Hang on. That might be booting up at defaults, but it might not. I'm going to let it go into OS. Rage says, finally something more painful than 775. I do not like this board. Infinity says, I'd give you some, but I have no phone near me. I'm pretty close to needing a bio break, so maybe you're going to have a chance to go get a phone. Has that actually booted 5.1? Because if it's booted 5.1, then I'm not far off. Okay, it has. Good. Yeah, I'm not far off the limit as far as CPU core frequency goes, I think. So the next thing to work on is probably RAM. Yeah. Okay, well I have another trick up my sleeve now. Rather than resetting it when it goes to, like, what is it, 5D or something, immediately after saving in BIOS, just a very quick power cycle seems to make it boot. So, that's something. If I get a score here, I'm going to save the score, and then I'm going to have a 3-minute break, I think. And then I'll come back and work on men. Well, maybe it's worth trying for 5.2, actually. No, I'll try for 5.2 first. Maybe. If this passes, I'll try for 5.2. Failing that, I'll just raise vCore. But I think we're pretty close to the wall here. It looks like it's frozen. Yep, that crashed, Exa. That crashed. And of course not. Need better cooling. Yeah. Better cooling would definitely help. Lots of things would help. You know what would be ideal? Would be if I could run it on phase change. Ooh. Rage apparently just sliced his thumb open on a stick of DDR5. Ooh. Exa says, you used to have a phase change. Where did that go? Yes, indeed. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, 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 no. Absolutely not booting into Windows. Give me BIOS. Infinity says, do you have it set up? No. I don't have it set up. Someone has it set up. Turbo core, disable APM. Go for the full 1.55 volts, and if that doesn't work, I'll give up on 5.1. You need buttons for reset and power. Yeah. That'd be nice. It seems to behave itself slightly better when I don't disable the onboard graphics. Matt says, sorry, took a nap, running at 5.1. Yeah, well, trying to. I haven't got a run in at 5.1 yet, but I'm doing my best. We'll see. If this doesn't pass either, then 5.1 is the wall, and I'm not going to get it stable. Yeah, I had a nap today as well. That's why the stream's 2.5 hours late, or part of why. To be fair, it wasn't a 2.5 hour nap, but you know, I still need to put the bin out today as well. Yeah. Right, come on. I'm not sure if I have a... No, I must have a compatible water block for this. Probably a couple. But I don't have any systems that are like set up and leak tested. If you're going to improve the cooling situation anyway, I'll stop you there. I'm not. You might be better off seeing if there's more to gain from memory or Northbridge. Yeah, I mean that's the next thing I'm going to do, and I'm expecting there to be an absolute ton to gain from memory in Northbridge. As long as it doesn't leak on the board. Yeah, I mean, God forbid, right? To be honest, I'd be more concerned about the power supply directly underneath it. Ahaha! Yes. That is a run. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teenage Mutant Ninja CPU Z. Alrighty then. I reckon it is about time. I'm going to preemptively raise my hard power cycle count because it's just going to fucking need one, I know it. But I reckon it's about time that I had a quick bio break. So I'm going to hit restart and it's going to go to 05 anyway. But yeah, once it's done that, if it ever does that, I'll hit the BRB screen, run it. Wait, oh my god, it actually restarted successfully. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Never mind. Hold on. I'll. That's what I get for being a pessimist. I'll try something else then, if it's going to restart successfully on me. Let's try 2600 at 1.2 CPU Northbridge. I need to start writing settings down now. Notepad. Oh, there it is. So CPU 5.1 at 1.55. That is our first setting to write down. This is going to get annoying once I'm writing fucking everything down, but there we are. And I think that is time for a bio break. So I'll set an ad going in a minute. Update PB. I think that is up to date, isn't it? Is it not up to date? What was the last PB? 21,140. Thank you. And with that, update power cycles as well. With that, I will see you all in 3 minutes or so. Right. It's never just 3 minutes. I always take my phone with me and set a timer on my phone, so that just so that I know how late I end up being. I think it's about 4 minutes. No longer so, but well, yeah, so I made this before the stream and put it in the fridge so that the ice wouldn't melt. Yeah, I might start on that, to be honest. Just because it's getting late, just because otherwise I'm going to be low energy. Hey, Royal the Wolf, away for 30 minutes. Anything I missed? Just clocking the CPU up, really. And, you know, lots of frustration with this board, as you can imagine. But we have core dialed in now. I'm fairly confident on that. Come on. Okay, manual, 1 core per CU, off, manual. And we're trying 2600 Northbridge. 1600 MAM. Let's go. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the mic's up there, and then I'm mumbling over there. That's my bad. If I have the mic in the usual place, 1600 MAM. Yeah, it's XMP. It's not good. I will get there. And that's failed, but if I just reset that, that should work, hopefully. If I do a quick reset. Yeah. If I have the mic in the usual place, there's like a constant... You still can't hear me properly? I mean... I'll be honest, I think at this point you just need to turn your sound up. It's... Yeah, it's at about the level where it's in the yellow, it's... Oh, hello. 54 postcode, that's a new one. Yeah, but if I'm turned this way and mumbling, it will be too quiet. But to be honest, Vinny, I think you just need to, yeah, refresh, turn it up, something. Oh, this is new. Is boot failure guard enabled? It must be, because the CMOS keeps getting reset and I haven't actively disabled it. I think we might get to see this board's overclocking recovery in action here. Maybe. Is it sticking on something else now? I'm not going to count this on the hard power cycles. I'm only going to count the ones that are the board's fault. And it recovered! Look at that! It has working overclock recovery. How about that? Or did it just fucking boot? No, it did go into some kind of OC recovery, right. Let's try 1.25 CPU Northbridge voltage. That's booting, that's good. Rage says Yay, the banana DDR5 works. I think I'm missing something here. What was it? My G-Skill DDR5 looks like banana sticks now. They kind of got bent. Okay. I'm very impressed if you managed to bend DDR5 but it still works. That is actually impressive. You know what's not impressive? Is the CPU North bridge on this thing. That's not so fucking impressive, is it? Okay. Both sticks of it work. Somehow it was a struggle to fix the DOM GT heat spreaders on them. Presumably you're doing that for Sub-Zero? Just looks. Okay. I wouldn't do that personally, but each to their own. I could use the water block. Oh right, you have a Corsair Dominator GT water block, right? Yeah, that's a good idea. At this point, I might be pushing myself into a thermal limit. Because pushing up CPU North bridge is just going to make a bit more heat as well. So I'm slightly concerned about the core. Kif says we'll head off soon. My yawns per minute is getting rather high. Yeah, that's fair enough. No, that's not a good sign. I'm strapping in for this to potentially be a long one, but we'll see. We will see. I'm getting pretty close to the target. Oh. Board has had enough of my shit. Board is just like, nope. And that one's the board's fault. Right. Okay. Oh, Paul's off as well. Yeah, enjoy your sleep. Night night, Europe. I say that, I know, like when I did a stream until 3 AM, half my viewers were still European. Even though, being European, it was 4 AM for them. I guess Infinity's on Japanese time? Okay. Let's just try 2400 CPU Northbridge at 1.2. Well, booting is a good start. Well, at least it was quick enough that I get to go back into BIOS. Touch wood. Okay, come on. Oh, why? I don't want automatic repair. I really should have disabled this. How do you disable that? There's a command to do it, isn't there? Because I know what's going to fucking happen next. I think Lumi has a video on it. I mean, it should be one command, right? Thank you, Starbler. Oh, thank God it's still booted. Come on.
And a blue screen again!
Oh, that is not good.
I will eventually disable automatic repair. The CPU has a really hard wall on CPU Northbridge or something. Maybe it's the board, maybe it's the thermals, I don't know. Am I going to get to try even more voltage? 1.25. This had better work, because I only have 3 different samples of Truffman yelling the word blue screen. So I'm going to run out of them at this rate. Oh, not again.
Oh, and we got the blue screen!
Tech Tested says, if you beat me, I'm going to have to rerun. That is looking increasingly unlikely. At least, I mean, I've not had any weird issues with the board yet. Touch wood again. Fuck it. 1.3 volts CPU Northbridge. Last gasp. And then if that doesn't work, I'm doing MEM. This is one step above auto.
And a blue screen again!
Oh, that is not good.
this might be thermal. In which case... Wait, where's my... Hang on. Oh, it's gone back to auto settings anyway. Thanks, motherboard. You know what? Fucking sure. Let's just make sure that Windows hasn't shit itself. Oh, and it's time for a hard power cycle. Hooray! And that is our 30th time that we have had to hard power cycle because of this motherboard. But yeah, I want to go into Windows at auto settings, because if Windows is balked, then that's that, frankly. It is too hot to reinstall Windows. I guess that would be the answer to the proposed poll that I didn't do, of which breaks first. It's looking like Windows is fine. Yep. There's probably a version of that Simpsons Skinner meme in there, isn't there? Yeah. Is Windows corrupted? Nope, it's my settings that are wrong. Right, well, while we're here, and before it gets too far up in chat, where was the... There we are. Starblur said BCT edit / set. Hang on. Run command as administrator. What was it? Current in curly brackets. Recovery enabled, no. Good. Thank you for that, Starbler. Check the gamer channel in Discord, by the way. Ah, I see. Can that safely be shared? Yeah, I think so. So this is Infinity's new character that he's on some level blaming me for, which I feel is unfair. Right. So let's try 5 gigahertz at 1.5 volts and 2400 Northridge at 1.25, just in case it's thermals. Because maybe it's thermals. Oh, fucking course. Number 31. Right, so that there's only a handful of people who have the gamer role on the Discord, and it basically no one has ended up actually really using it. Because I didn't want to like flood people with channels, so there is a gamer role request channel on the Discord. But it's really, really dead, so it's not really worth it. But yeah, so I guess this is Infinity's new Final Fantasy XIV character, and I guess that is ostensibly a dragon girl. So for the benefit of Royal the Wolf, earlier on in the stream, Infinity asked me to pick between Cat Girl, Elf Girl, or Dragon Girl, which I took as an attempt to derail the stream, but was actually his new Final Fantasy XIV character, so I guess this is a Dragon Girl. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy. But yeah, so that's what's going on there. That power cycle has been long enough now. Apparently I chose the wrong answer. I never asked for this responsibility. Right. Oh, hang on. Right. If that doesn't work, then CPU Northbridge is a complete dead end, and if it does work, it's thermal. Fingers crossed. While that's booting, I will add gamer roles to people who have just gone in and asked for them. Have I done that for everyone? Yep, looks like it. Windows is looking unhappy.
Blue screen!
You know, I think CPU Northbridge might be a dead end here. Thank you for that, Kif. Oh. Okay, well at least I know it's not thermal. Can I set that back? Of course I can't set that back to auto. Well, let's try mem then. Now this is going to be an absolute motherfucker to remember. So we're trying to do 2400, 812, 828 and 416 on the timings. Whew. Yeah, of course not. Of course, after I go and enter all that shit, you have a notepad, don't you? Yeah, but like... Part of the problem is that I have to get through all of this in such a short space of time. You know, kind of hoping for the BIOS not to fuck up on me. Tech Tested says I think maybe Nanya is the play though. Honestly, There might be an argument for it, but this isn't a base clock thing, so probably not. This is a fairly meh PSC kit anyway. Oh shit! I forgot VDIM. That's on me. I am running dual rank. And is that fucking booting? That shouldn't be booting. There is no way that's going to be stable. Not at 1.65 volts. Come on, BIOS. I don't have long, I need to fucking... .9 volts, man. Yeah, go. Good. Well, that's lucky. I'm impressed that booted at such a low voltage. I could probably try lower timings. Having said that, oh, we're in Windows. Ah, the temperature in the room is down by, oh, I was going to say it's down by 0.2 degrees C. It's down by 0.1. Great. Well, at least it's going down. It's going down, down in an early round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. I'll be a #1 with a bullet. A loaded gun concept, cock it and pull it. Copyright strike. Kif's room temp has gone up to 26.1. Yeah. And mine, it was flirting with 26.5, and it just has again, but it's mostly at 26.4 that it's reading. To be fair, that is on top of the streaming system, so it's probably a little warmer from that. But yeah. I do have a portable air conditioner running in a room upstairs, but that's going to be doing approximately fuck all for the temperatures down here, really. What would probably help at this time of night is... Is it on camera? No. I have an extractor hood. I could turn that on, but that's noisy. But it's probably not as noisy as the cooler is at full chat, so I'm tempted. Actually, what I will do is I've got a second fan here on the desk, and we'll see how much difference that makes to the noise. To be honest, that makes no difference to me, so I'm going to leave that. Stick with the fan under the desk. Oh, is it crashed? Yeah, you're right, that crashed. TRCD13, perhaps. Or maybe it actually needs lower voltage. I think I know what's coming next. Nope, it's just not even responding to power on now. Great. That's a hard power cycle then. Royal the Wolf says, question, how do I pronounce your username? Assuming you're talking to me, it's Mikulti. Most people just say Mick. But the username is Mikulti. It's the name that I picked for a RuneScape character when I was, I don't know, 12 or something. And I've stuck with it. Any CMOS clears yet? Says Drunken Cat. No. Because for some reason this fucking board, if you just hard power cycle it, it loses all the CMOS settings anyway. So, I haven't actually needed to do a CMOS clear. Isn't that nice? Ah! Royal the Wolf is the same person as overvolted overclocking on HWBOT. Ah, cool. Right! New Zealand! Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Manual. 1 core per CU. Disabled, disabled, disabled. Eight 13. Wait, no, what? 8 28. 4 16 TCWL 8. Okay. And probably want to do 2400 speed for that. 1.9 volts. And fuck it, we'll disable the iGPU while we're at it. Oh god. Modified Twitch emotes. Oh, that needs a quick soft power cycle. Yeah, boy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, X are saying I should sleep. I mean, if lack of sleep is spamming sunglasses versions of the RCD17 emote, I'm in favour of lack of sleep. But obviously, you know, do what's best for you. There will be a VOD, all of that. Oh, operating system is not happy. Right. You know what, maybe I should try a lower voltage, why not? No, don't reset, that's fine. I didn't need you to reset anyway. Ah, fuck's sake. Fucking bastard piece of shit. I'll catch up on VOD when it releases in a few minutes. Hey, I've been on top of VODs now. I'm actually up to date. It was like a few days late getting the last one up, but we're good. We're doing alright. Do I have a, like, CloudBot command for VODs? I don't think I do. That would be a good idea to include. It's going to take longer than it needs to, but I'm actually going to sort that out right now. Oh, Linus Tech Tips has a new video titled "How many USBs can you plug in at once?" Good for them. for now, I guess I'll just send it to the channel. I need to make a playlist of all of the VODs because a couple of the earlier ones are unlisted. See you later, Kif. Sleep well. I've got like a cut on my lip, which is why I keep touching my mouth, but then like I end up rubbing it and making it worse. It's just because of the humidity, it's because of having dry lips, which is not... It's because of low humidity, which I'm getting because of running air conditioning and shit all the time. Right, so all the same settings except auto memory voltage, which should be 1.65 volts. And I'm going to leave the iGPU on because it seems, I don't know, it seems to be better luck to leave the iGPU enabled. And that's giving me 5D, so a quick soft power cycle, and that makes it start to post. I don't know why it does that. I don't like that it does that. I hate this motherboard. Given that that's not saying no signal, I don't think it's a good sign. Oh. Well, that's reset, hasn't it? Okay, let's hope for BIOS. OS died. No, the OS is fine. Probably. It just doesn't like my settings. These should be fairly easy memory settings. I think part of the problem is the CPU's hotter, and so the memory controller's less happy. Oh, don't be fucking... But yeah, that's my theory, is that the CPU, because it's running hotter, can't clock RAM properly. But this seems to be mostly core bound, so that's alright.
And a blue screen again!
Screen. Oh, that is not good.
It's still mem. I'll try 1.8 volts. Infinity says it's not like you're me and corrupt OSs after an hour of benching. That's true, I've been going for 3 hours. So even if it's corrupt, I've corrupted it after like 2.5 to 3 hours. Time to swap the cooler. I don't have a better cooler like to hand that I can use. Yeah. The temps are like They're pretty toasty, to be fair. 856 degrees is not great, but like, if I'm swapping cooler, I would want to go to like water cooling. But then I don't have a water cooling thing set up. Zip tie it. I'm not sure how conducive it is to zip ties. I know it is funny, I've got a water loop here, but it's just got, it doesn't have the right mounting, which is really annoying. I even bought an older all-in-one liquid cooler in the hopes of using the mounting from that for AMD, but it actually, even though it's the same style, it doesn't fit this block, irritatingly. Maybe I could use that. I don't know.
And a blue
And a
screen
double
again!
screen! Oh, that is not good.
Yeah, the memory controller's really unhappy, isn't it? I don't know. I don't really know what timings I should be going with, but I'm going to try these. I think part of the problem is that I've got ridiculously tight auto subs at the minute. But, yeah. Let's see if this works at 1866. Completely going in black. Oh, of course. Oh, fucking course. That's number 35. One of these fucking days. One of these days. Oh, of course. Right, I'm going to save and reset at 1600, and that way... Oh, don't be like that. That way, it will give me at least auto subs for 1600, rather than auto subs for a lower speed. So then hopefully, like, a higher speed will work. I'm going to try 8. Yeah, let's try 812, 828 again. Fuck it. We're doing 812, 828, but we're doing it with... Another $29. I will do it right now for $30 in total. Please, let me fucking... Still no phone. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, that's not working. Great. I'm just gonna post this in chat again. Did that save the T4? Yeah, it did. Come on. God, I can fucking sticking to the chair with sweat. I hate this weather. Oh. well. No, of course not. Fucking hell. Three hours, 15 minutes we've been doing this. I know I have a million other AM3 boards. Much better boards that I would love to be using right now. Why this then? I thought it would be interesting, basically, and also, to be honest, I ended up with this board. It doesn't function properly, so I can't resell it as working. So basically, I'm gonna drop the goal here. Hang on. Because basically, my thinking is, why don't I do a stream where I'm suffering through overclocking on this piece of shit, and then if people give me enough money that I've basically covered my costs in buying it in the first place, I smash the fucking thing with a hammer. Right? That's my thinking. That is the main reason that I'm doing this, basically. Initially, I intended to do a stream on it to kind of say it's not only gigabyte boards that can do 1 core per compute unit, so what are you all complaining about? However, while this board can do 1 core per compute unit, it's not as if I'd recommend using it. It's fucking horrific, frankly. So that's where I've ended up. Like, oh my god, I thought profiles were going to make it like at least a bit usable, but they just haven't. The issues with gigabyte boards is that you have to make sure you got the good rev. I mean, to some extent, but like, fucking anything is better than this, right? I would take any gigabyte board over this. Rage says, I know the solution, give it to me so I can delid it. I don't think there's a lid on this board. Since it's still 05'd in without profiles, why not start using profiles again? The profiles were making it misbehave, just sort of regardless. Yeah, I was just getting like weird fucking behaviour. I'm going to try just 5 gigahertz. It might behave a bit better then. Reset for the 1600 subs. Wait, why is it stuck on 0D? I've not seen that before. It shouldn't be, I haven't done anything unreasonable. So we're going to give 2400 one more go, and we're going to do it at 8, 13, 28, 4, 16, and we're going to do 1.9 volts because that has worked in the past. Matt says, you stuck with this board for this long. I would consider that unreasonable. Yeah. Yeah, over 3 hours. I mean, this isn't going past the 4-hour mark. I will tell you that now. If there's people out there who are thinking, well, the longer I hold off, the longer the stream carries on. Up to a point. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream. It's physically not a good idea for me to do that. I don't understand why this is how it responds to instability, but apparently it is. Rage says I'll do a 24-hour LGA 775 benching stream. Yeah, it's just not for me. No, not at the moment, anyway. Especially not today. It's too fucking hot. The postcode says we're in BIOS right now. We're not in BIOS, are we? I mean, does this look like BIOS to you? This is not fucking BIOS. Maybe if I hit the reset pins with the hammer instead. Hang on. No, that hasn't helped. Oh, there we fucking go. Rage says after an hour or so of it, it will just become a watch me go mentally insane stream. Cannot imagine what that would be like. giving it a bit more CPU North bridge voltage. Even just now. Let's just try tighter timings for a sec. Let's do like 685 quickly at 1600. That should be possible. And 416 subs. That should definitely work. And it's behaving itself. You know what? It's booted into Windows successfully. If anyone's like hovering on the trigger for the remaining $29, by the way, this would be the single funniest time. Like, seriously, I will pull the power right fucking now. That's a new PB. Starbler, if I had $29 I'd do it, but I'm a poor student. Yeah. No, I completely understand. Like, that is the audience that I've cultivated, isn't it? I would not feel good about anyone like causing themselves any kind of like difficulty on the basis of that. Like, it wouldn't. That's no good to anyone, right? Did any of what I just said make sense? Infinity says neat. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I've got everything I need, haven't I, in this screenshot? 21249. I think I know what's going to happen next. And there it is. There it fucking is. At least run real time 21k at those clocks hurts me. Good point. I will do that next. Matt says I must be a bad luck charm. Every time I step away from the PC, I come back to you having a new PB. Haven't even seen you get a run in. Yeah, that's interesting. There's not been many times I've got a run in. Hang on. I'm going to use the hammer for the power pins for luck. And then I'm going to try and just recreate the same settings. Actually, I'll use the tighter auto subs, why the fuck not? And I'll run real time and hopefully it won't hurt tag. We can hurt Matt rather than tag. Oh boy. Oh, what? No, what am I doing? What is it? 6, 8, 5, 4, 16, and a fucking 6 TCWL as well while I'm at it. 1.7, disable SVM mode, why not? Fucking disable everything. Hang on. Disable the fucking serial port while I'm at it, who cares? No, don't you fucking... Ah. Nope. Needs another hard reset. Didn't even get to boot. Maybe I need mem that just has a better XMP. Interesting using 10 rather than 7. It's because it needed benchmate, and I've seen people saying they were having issues with benchmate. Windows 7 would be easier to get working properly on this platform, but apparently people have problems with benchmate on 7 these days, and I did not want to deal with that. Because God forbid I have to deal with problems, right? Apparently you need to run the service packs and other stuff. Great. That would probably really help the efficiency. Wait, no, not 8, 6. 5, 4, 16, 6. Sure. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck you. Why? Tag says newest benchmate on Windows 7 is pretty easy. Okay. Well, that's good. You know, maybe I can try that on a working fucking motherboard at some point. 23 minutes. I am not continuing this for more than 4 hours, one way or the other. Because I know that there's an incentive to, like, just be like, well, he's going to keep struggling, right? 4 hours is the cut-off point. And I have 22.5 minutes to go. I'm not going to go through and disable like all the random shit this time, because that I'm going to call that a curse. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just load up into Windows, and then while I'm in Windows, I will do a run at normal priority and a run at real time, because I'm curious. But just to make sure that everything's working right, like just a sanity check. So this is not going to be a relevant score for the competition, because it's with all the cores enabled. But I'm just interested to see it, right? Would you rather have a GPU which is a god bin, however it's as fiddly as this board, or a potato but it behaves itself perfectly? If you'd asked me that 2 hours ago, I would have said a god bin that's as fiddly as this board. I think I've changed my mind. Is there any way to overclock in Windows with that platform? Kind of. The problem is that so AMD Overdrive works, but that doesn't let you do things like memory timings. So it's not that much use. I don't think it lets you do memory timings, or like not without a restart maybe. So it wouldn't actually solve the problem. Anyway. Where's my notebook? So I'm going to physically write down the scores for not real time and for real time. "20 minutes. Oh. Give it 4, 3, 2, 1. 19 minutes. 2-6, and don't panic, Matt. This is not a competition score. This is with all the cores. 26011. So now let's try real time. It's not solid because it's not a competition score. It's with all cores enabled. It's at stock, so it's probably not fucking that solid. But you know, yeah, it would be great. I would love to score that in 1 core per CU mode. That would be lovely. Yes, please. If only. But I'm just curious, like, mostly what I'm wondering about is if I could beat Matt's score, you know, beat the target, just by doing core clock and real-time priority with the memory at XMP. Because if that would work, might as well do that. I'm also kind of hoping that by, like, I don't know, having a fucking boot just being used normally for a little bit, maybe the board will behave itself better in some way. I don't know what makes the board misbehave the way it does, but yeah. 26859. Okay. So that's a benefit of over 800 points. But also, the level of background load that it's avoiding is going to be relatively fixed. So I'm thinking, with less cores, the impact of real time will be higher. So it might well, as Tag kind of implied, get us to 22k. And if we do that, that's that as well. Like, I'm fucking... Now hang on, if I close that and reopen benchmate, is that fixed now, is it? Yeah, the real-time setting is fixed. Good. There are other tweaks? Oh, who cares? If I get a 22k run, I'm leaving it there anyway. I am sick of this board. And that. I'm sick of it doing that thing that it's doing there. Every fucking time. I'm going to make Matt rebench. I mean, if your score's on ambient, presumably you're going to rebench anyway, right? Yee says I need to get around to benching mine so Weg has another score for the stage. Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're going to have a worse time of it than I have. If we don't reach the donation goal in the next 15 minutes, this board is going on eBay this very weekend, with obviously a full and frank description of its condition. Unless somebody wants to buy it, but I wouldn't. We have our boot. These are settings I've run before. They should work. It's just a question of real-time priority. Yi says, I would almost want to buy it to add another random micro ATX Mobo to the collection, but I'd probably rather buy that super micro one instead. I mean, yeah, this one is worth a lot less. It would be a hell of a lot cheaper. But it's not going to be worth international shipping realistically. Yeah, Overvolted saying, I think I'll stick to my UD3. Yeah, good plan. It's a great plan. I'm gonna, you know, I'll be sincere in a sec. I'm gonna run the benchmark first. Right, I'm going to be honest, when it comes to like what I'm doing here and patience, I'm doing this in front of an audience. I've got 15 people watching right now, presumably watching because they in some way find this entertaining, right? And that does make a difference. So it's weird because it's like I find this very frustrating. I am very unhappy with this board. There are absolutely moments where I feel like, you know, fuck any donation goal, I'll just smash it anyway, which I can't justify financially, right? Because like it is still worth something to a buyer, potentially. Even though it's shit, because it does boot. Like, if you want to use it at stock with the CPU fan at 100%, it runs, right? You can get a trash pewter set up. That's a good score. But like, so that's why I can't, you know, I can't just smash it anyway. But like, I know that people are watching and enjoying it, and that makes a difference. So I'm sitting here feeling very frustrated, but also with a sense of watching it and with a sense of what it's going to be like watching that and watching somebody be very frustrated. So that it makes it weirdly bearable in a way. It's sort of like, I don't know, maybe because in a sense it feels like it doesn't matter how frustrating it is. It doesn't matter what score I get. I mean, it's great that I've beaten my target and everything, but like, that's not what matters, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. I would not have the same level of patience if I wasn't streaming. See if you can get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That sounds... I'm up for that, because that sounds like rerunning in OS. Let's save this and do a PB update. Because, like, I'll take that, Jesus. Two, 3, 4, 2, 4. Thank you, Tag, for the kick up the ass to run the proper efficiency. Are there any other tweak settings? No, it's just Affinity. Cool, well, let's rerun that in OS and see what happens. I do definitely like the idea of trying to hit that kind of target. It's quite a tricky target, but I think I've done that in one of the Legacy 3D marks at some point. Hang on. While that runs, I'm going to look this up. God, which Legacy? I feel like it might be in 05 or 06. '03 maybe? Oh yeah, there we are. Team Cup last year. Reran until I got 69-69. 23408, that's a bit lower. Yeah. How long have you been benching? Today? The stream's been going for 3 hours and 53 minutes. But in terms of overclocking, I mean, well, when did I register on HWBOT? It should say on the profile. 2016 apparently. So 7 years. Been a lot less productive the last few years, but yeah. Well, I've done a lot less benching the last few years, but yeah. Yi says, I was looking at one of my old scores recently and it appears I hit rerun for something like an hour and a half to get a score of 69 on Cinebench 2003 on a laptop Pentium 3. Nice. Crash? I don't think so. Oh, it actually has fucking crashed. Okay. Well, I'm just going to kill power anyway, because there's no way that it successfully resets at this point. One more try. We're at 3 hours and 54. So, I guess slightly tighter mem. Leave that way. Yeah, that's reasonable, isn't it? I think. Just trying. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, that's not asking too much of anything, I don't think. Okay. I think there's basically going to be time for this one more run, and then the board lives. It's interesting how slow these FX chips are, maybe like Meron or Kensfield IPC. I mean, bear in mind it's partially disabled at the minute. But yeah, it depends on the workload. I think... God, what was it? I can't remember what it was, but there was some benchmark where they were basically core per core competitive with Intel. Like even based on like AMD's definition of cores. Oh, has that fucking crashed? It's fucking crashed, hasn't it? I can hardly think of a more appropriate note on which to draw this to a close. Yeah, I mean that's it, isn't it? I will finish up by booting in at stock and pulling the scores off the system in order to bring us to the 4-hour mark. And then that is it. And we are done. It was a valiant effort, thank you. At least you beat the target. Yeah, I mean, it's... in a way, maybe I should feel a bit bad about that, because it's kind of like... What a way of roasting somebody. To be like, I have a piece of shit board that's barely usable, and it took me precisely 4 hours to beat your score. Well, I mean, not actually, because it's like, obviously you've still got time setting up the operating system, which I did off stream, but yeah. I think this is the right USB stick. It's a USB stick. I can't remember where benchmate leaves its stuff, so fire up benchmate for that. Beat it baddies to mount, yeah. Overvolted says I should really fire up my UD3 then. Yeah, absolutely. If you're not part of a team, feel free to join Team MLG. It is primarily a UK based team, but we have international members. I'm really 50-50 about saying this. Like I say, we've got lots of members in the colonies. But like seriously though, like lots of Canadian members for some reason. But yeah, you would be very welcome to join MLG, and also I don't know if you're in the Discord. Like if you're in my stream server, but there is a special role in there for MLG members. You're on hardware bot and build zoids. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there is also a UK overclocking server for MLG people. It's quite quiet, but yeah, you would be more than welcome. Infinity says, I thought you were going to say we have lots of cat girls. No, Exa actually left. Exa's on WEG now. So as far as I'm aware, we don't have any. You know what, I'm going to copy over the entire results folder just in case. Cat boys. Not that I know of, but I'd have to check with Kif. Well, yeah, we're past 4 hours. Scores have been pulled off. One thing for sure is that I'm not delidding the FX-8370. Yeah, I wouldn't, for two reasons. First of all, they're actually quite coolable. Like, obviously, they run hot as in they generate a lot of heat. But FX chips are pretty coolable as they are. So that's one thing, you don't really need to. Second, as you say, soldered. So not a huge amount to gain from delidding necessarily, and also you might well kill it. Best not to. Yeah. But yeah. Well, that was horrible. I guess I can unpin Paul's message now. But yeah, thank you for watching. I will be back next week with a 3400G, finishing off Old Zen. I'm hoping to do the Time Spy stage. I haven't decided whether I might do it on the Unify X. I'm not sure what memory I'd use for that. Maybe Micron, or maybe I do it on the X470 Gaming 7 and I use 4 sticks of B-die because it's a T-topology board, but that would be A0 PCB B-die. I'm not sure how well that would work, but I might give that a go. I don't know when that's going to be. Sunday at the earliest. Possibly nebulously later. I know the car's getting looked at on Tuesday, so probably not. Oh, that's a thought. So I have to bring it in fairly early, so I want to get used to early nights. You know what? We'll see. Yeah, join the Discord, and then I can ping you when, and I can say what my plans are. Or just, I mean, if you're following me on Twitch, you'll find out. I post in all of the other channels. I'm rambling at this point. But yeah. Hope to see you all then, maybe, for this thing. Which was paid for thanks to Norris and his donations. Yeah, that's all. That is long since all. Thank you and goodbye.